Don't blink, kiss your blank. Welcome to the Content Show. Considering because I'm having a wonderful day on this shit. We didn't play today at all, the tower. But tomorrow we're gonna be playing a lot more because there's supposed to be rain. Faut que j'appelle mon père un petit peu.
You have no new messages, and...
What the fuck? There you go. Ça va bien?
Et quoi?
Oui, écoute, j'ai quelque chose à te demander.
Oui.
Je t'appellerai demain, ok, parce qu'on a genre plus de temps, parce que là, je suis même pressé, là. Mais j'ai quand même un gros affaire à te demander.
Quoi?
Demain, c'est la fête du Canada.
Oui.
Ok. Ben, je sais pas si t'as vu. Il annonce pas mal de pluie.
Le quoi?
Il annonce pas mal de pluie.
Oui.
Fait que, sais-tu si ça va être cancellé ou pas?
On sait pas.
Ok, ben parfait.
Normalement, c'est jamais quand c'est cancellé, ben c'est fini. Les artistes, c'est déjà passé dans le... Ça l'a déjà arrivé dans le passé.
Ok.
Il y a...
Papa, je peux pas parler beaucoup, ok? Fait que demain, si tu sais si ça a cancellé, tu me le dis, sinon c'est pas grave.
OK,
Je t'appelle demain, c'est juste que maintenant, je suis vraiment pressé.
OK,
C'est bon? Bye!
Oui, c'est bon.
Parce que, papa,
Oui.
j'aurais été plus libre vers 9h, mais trop tard pour t'appeler, fait que je dis fuck. Tu sais?
OK, c'est bon.
Bye, papa.
C'est bon.
Bon. Good. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Because tomorrow's kind of the day and there's rain. It could be cancelled. But now I just had a good news. There's no battle tonight, so there you go. Don't blink, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the show. Because you guys doing well because I'm having a wonderful day with the loud ass fucking music in the background. You would think it's me. No, it's not me, it's my neighbors. Today we're doing a second review. So this is kind of crazy. I swear to God, I didn't go back to the store and buy some more. They were again reviewing Choco Wafer, right? I forgot to take a thumbnail. So I am in a rush because I want to do this when we have good lighting. So the reason why we're doing this again is I bought two. I have this, I believe it's OCD. I don't want to be I don't want to be. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a shrink, but I think it's OCD. I always need to buy two. So I was gonna eat them a lot more later. Ink, relax, calm down. It's gonna be a good day. So yes, I think it was yesterday or Saturday. We tasted something called Choco Wafer, right? I bought two. The plan was to eat them a lot later because this store. So the store that I went, there's nothing wrong with the store that I went. However, it's Rossi. So it's kind of like a Walmart, but it's not a Walmart. They have a lot of clothes. I don't buy a lot of clothes. They have a lot of furniture. I don't buy a lot of furniture. They have a food selection, however, in the store and the shopping center. I don't know why I'm so stressed. Well, I know why. In 2 hours and a half, we don't have overload anymore. I didn't start my recap, so I'm gonna be stuffed. Juice. So, I don't go there often. They have a dollar store, which has complete aisle of food. There's a shopping center, which is Maxi. There's a grocery store, which is Maxi. And there's a pharmacy that sells food. So a lot of people, there's even a restaurant. So instead of having a share of the market, they have market and furniture. I'm one of the only store in Lachine that sells furniture, so it is smart. So for this, what happened is I bought two because it's also something special. You guys, and I'm asking a lot for you guys. We buy two of everything. So when it is, for example, I'm going to buy a can of soup, I'll buy two. I always buy number two, which is OCD. I don't know why. The only thing I'm gonna do is, for example, I'll have 2 cans. I'll buy 2 cans of different, because I don't want to buy. I don't want to drink the same thing. For chips, I'll have 2 bags of chips that are different. So what I buy? Why did I buy 2 of these? Well, here's the truth. I want to make somebody happy. So my best friend Janice, I told you the story before, for the whole Kinder Bueno. I'm not gonna say it again because I just said it in the first review. Long story short, when we first started talking, one of the things that we related on was Pokemon. Another thing that we related on was Kinder Bueno and Yu-Gi-Oh! No, laugh, but hey. And I when I bought them, I really thought it was Kinder Bueno, right? Now, when I did these 2, when I got 2, I was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna keep it for much later on. I'll buy it. I'll taste it in like 2-3 months, and it will show. The reason I did that is because it was a bit it's for Janice. He's my best friend, you know. I want to make him happy. Plus, I never tasted these. So yes, there's some content here, but it's more so for him. So the original plan was to taste it in 3 months. That's that way. When you see it, it's like, oh wow, you thought about me 3 months ago. 3 months after you bought it, right? So the reason why we're eating them today, because why am I eating them today? Is because I was gonna make another videos, but I'm gonna make this video, and it's gonna be perfect. So again, you guys have heard, if you follow the channel, you know who Genesis. He's been there for 2 years next month, and he's been really present, really helpful. A big part of the fuck. It feels bad because I was complaining last week about how my things are not moving forward, and I was having a really big struggle, and like there's so little growth on the channels, on social media. Should I continue? Should I was questioning myself. But then you look at Janice, and then this doesn't have anything to do with the chocolate. So basically, this is not a taste test. This is not a taste test. This is more so a little thank you. This is more so a soul. How I feel, you know. And I was having a really bad day 2 days ago. I was thinking about that, and I was like, I made a video. I was like, I don't know, man. And I was feeling like giving up. I was at the end of the rope, shit like that. And then I'm gonna talk about this after that. But we had a couple people reaching out. One of those people was Janice. So when I bought it, this was just to be nice. There was some thank you in because he does help me a lot. So it was a little bit of there's thank you, but it's just to be like, yo. The main purpose of buying these was to say to somebody that I care about, I appreciate you. See, I'm the kind of guy that gets uncomfortable with gifts. I get uncomfortable with gifts, and yo, I just spent some money on you, or a gift where I'm like, hey, I did you a favor. I did you a favor, so you owe me. Because there's shitty people out there that will pretend they're kind, but they're not kind, you know? I like spontaneous things. For example, I'm gonna text my friend. I'm like, hey, I know that you like this game. Let's play together. Or with Janice, I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna together, you know. And yesterday he did the video. He wrote me a message. I think we started this shit. I'm gonna read you a message. I don't know if I can. I can't. I can't because this is on the gaming channel. But basically, he wrote me about how he felt about the video. He reacted to it, and this is one of the first time it happens. And it's a message that I read. Well, it's a couple messages. There's like 3 messages that I read multiple times, and it was his reaction. And when I said this, and then he laughed. He said I laughed, and it made him happy. And then he said thank you. So I was like, dude, I'm not looking for thank you. I'm not looking for thank you. But if you do something for someone, and they're saying thank you, they're grateful. It's just like oh, thank you. Let's move on. He said I'm grateful. It's like it means something to me that I did something for you, and you realize that I did it for you. You know. I don't need. And again, it's. You could think, oh, you need a thank you. You need some gratefulness. No, the simple fact that you have a person that's willing to say that to show you that they're grateful is amazing. So then I was reading the message, right? And it was really sweet. Like, for example, it just made me feel good. And then a couple of things happened yesterday. And it's weird because I believe in balance a lot. my whole life has been a purpose of balance. So here, 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 and then I found out much later in life that life will really provide for you. So I was going through something. Today we talked to a corn dog, which was really sweet. We talked to Andrew yesterday, which was really sweet. I was Janice yesterday, was really sweet. One of my friend, I see you, I foresee you. X came back on social media, and it's somebody that I care a lot about. And she, due to mental health, she left social media. And then she came back, and we started talking, and she's like, "Oh, I miss you too." It was really sweet because I was worried about her, And all of these, and made me realize that yes, I had some great moments, some great memories, and over the last 4 years, this is what I should focus on. I was focusing on the wrong thing. For example, why there's no growth? Am I not working enough? Should I do something else? No, dude. The people that are there for you are there for you. Just for the balancing. Yesterday we received a comment for the first time in a week, and it was a stupid shit. But then today we received comments, and that comments was amazing because I'm French Canadian, and a lot of my content lately have been French. I got somebody that wrote a comment in French, but that I made it in English. So just to show that I don't care what language you speak, I'm still gonna support you. It's like wow, So lately it's been a lot about support, and I'm so grateful. People in my life, I'm lucky, and like I was talking about how I don't treat social media as a social network, but it should be that. If the biggest thing that I accomplished in 4 years, make a couple of people happy, and make a couple of people have a better life, that's the purpose. That's the goal, right? That's the goal. Why did it touch me so much that Jenna said, reached out and say, yo, I love that video? It was because I fucked up. I thought, so it's not bueno. They're the same, kind of the same packaging, but it's Choco Wafer Hazelnuts. So it's a completely different brand. But then again, it shows like this is a bond, and phone is too hot. You feel that too? Well, guess what? Shit happens. This represents something. You forge bond with people, I'm super grateful. Today I was live for 25 minutes. People showed up. Am I as successful as I want to? No. But again, I'm more successful than other people. And talking about successful, which is not numbers, it's people. The people that I have are ride or die. And what really touched me was people, they didn't even know that I was not doing okay. They were just checking out, just having a talk, They're just really nice. So, yeah. Taste test Choco Wafer Mini. Also, there's a really good reason why we're tasting these. The really good reason why we're tasting these is I was disappointed I was not Kinder, which even when he asked me how were they, because it's like, were they good? I said they were good. However, I was disappointed because they were not Kinder. But it's not their fault they're not Kinder. I thought it was Kinder, so I'm not disappointed, I didn't really give them a chance. I didn't give them a chance to shine. So I'm gonna give them a chance to shine. This is a company called Choco Wafer, and this is the Hazelnut Mini. Like I said, they're still really good. It just feels a bit weird because of how good they feel. The first thing you notice, I'm looking as there's a screen, The screen is right there. It's very simple. That's the first rule. It's chocolate, you taste the chocolate. There's wafer, you taste the crunch of the wafer. And there's a hazelnut. And somehow they really, really harmonize. It's really nice. The chocolate is quite sweet. The hazelnut is the cake. It's a bit too hazelnutty. But that's proportion. That's not the problem. That's proportion. For example, it's really good. Technically, if I was to compare it to Bueno, what it does is they put a bit of cacao powder. For extra texture. They're super nice. Also, I think that a lot of us are seeing hazelnut as this automatically, oh, Nutella. No. Because it's quite buttery, it's quite creamy, it's quite nice. Texturally speaking, it's quite nice. So yes, I know this was a messed up video, but I think what I'm trying to say, and I'm not doing a very good job at it, I think what I'm trying to express over here is the fact that you guys kind of showed up for me. And because you guys kind of showed up for me, I had Anna comment. And Anna is such a wonderful person, and she's also struggling because sometimes her shit are going well. She get a lot of views, sometimes it's not working well, and she's struggling with the fact that high and low and high and lows, It's not very stable. But she still managed to say hi. Corn dog, which I literally had to fight off because she was giving too much. Then if it makes her happy, then it makes her happy, I'm surrounded with amazing people. Yesterday I was talking about a person that were coming to the live all because they wanted me to come to the live. She came to the live yesterday and we had a really good talk. And I felt like an asshole. I felt like an asshole. You guys just showed up. I'm going to talk about Genesis again because that was really the genesis of the whole thing. That message really uplifted me. And this is the beautiful thing because he didn't need me to make a video. I didn't need to. He didn't need to text me. It's just amazing friendship, and then you realize that he's not your only good friend. There's a couple of good friends that you have, and those good friends are there for you. Talking about Andrew. Andrew was literally finishing. He just finished his prom. He just had his prom. Should be celebrating. Should be happy, I have amazing people, and then it's kind of crazy because this world. Okay, so this is gonna be a bit out there. Just gonna be a bit crazy. Okay. This is gonna be a bit crazy. I'm warning you guys again. Your universe is you. You're in the middle of the universe, so everything that's surrounding you you're the center of it, right? You're the center of you're the own movie star, the own main protagonist, you're the main planet, you're the, whatever you want to call it, it's revolved around you. And all those people are doing great, and they're having some good moments, and you're seeing people being happy, and it should be something that should be enough for you, It should be enough for you. Like, for example, knowing that a lot of my friends are having a good time. Fuck your problems, fuck your mental state. Be happy for them, enjoy what they're going through. When I'm having a good day and I'm sharing a good day, I'm very vocal. I'm sharing that I'm having a good day. If it makes you happy, great. But then there's also this person, let's call him Jane Doe, that is not vocal but is having a good day. Be happy for him, Everybody surrounding me are smiling. And even though I don't feel like smiling, it should be enough to make me smile. And I'm grateful because you guys showed up when I needed you. I didn't have to ask people, I'm not doing well, you know? Talking about your feeling is good. But having people that are there, sunshine or rain, is even better. People showed up, bro. Gotta say, that message yesterday shook me. Because I needed that, you know? I didn't think I needed that. The answer was right there. And it's stupid because social media is that, you know? It doesn't have to be a job. It doesn't have to be something I'm seeing long term. Even if I'm doing this long term, if I'm doing this for the next 10 years, if I'm having amazing people in my chat for 10 years, I'll be happy. You know? I'm just grateful for you guys. You guys are the reason why I'm doing okay today. The reason why I should continue working hard. And you've always been. You've always been. I love you guys. And I don't say it enough. The amount of people that will let you go when life is shitty, you know? It's insane. And I was talking about how I used to have a lot more people and I used to be popular. Those people left, dude. The real ones stayed behind. The real ones were there no matter what. Focus on these people. They deserve your attention. They deserve your time. That's pretty much it. But from the start, I got mental issues. Baby, you're fucked up. $44, $64, $106. Dome Link, it's your wing. Welcome to the Gunter Show. Getting warm because I'm having a wonderful day on this 30th June 2025. Today we're talking about Overlord and why Overlord was so good. I did a couple of videos on that, right? Now that I watched a full series, I'm going to be able to tell you my exact thought of Overlord. We have a review to make. We're losing the show tonight, so we're going to try to do it. But I want to come in and give my general thought. Overlord is a great anime. Is good. It's very good. Is it as good as... Okay. See, I'm going to be an asshole. What are my general thought on Overlord? Good. Is it as good as Bleach, as Naruto, as Attack on Titan, as One Piece? No, it's not. No, it's not. Nor does it pretend to be. Overlord is a great anime that is just binge-worthy, just enjoyable. There's a lot of pros, there's a lot of cons. The show is super enjoyable. I watched it all in like 1 week, right? And I had a good time. So here's the forte. Oh, you want me to go with the negative or the positive first? Let's go with the forte of the anime. So Overlord, okay, so the plot of Overlord is this guy, right? Which is a player, and he's playing this game called Yggdrasil, right? And Yggdrasil is this very... Oh, I have to check something. I don't know if I'm still uploading, because my storage is pretty full now lately. We are good. So he's the player, right? And he's playing this game, and this game's gonna shut us their server, right? So he stays behind for the game to close. In the game to close, it's to put to another world. Now, Overlord presents itself as an isekai, without being an isekai. One of the worst things of the first season is how it's this all-powerful being, and he has this old army, right? So it's in the beginning it's pretty boring, but then it's like, okay, well, this new world, I could be the lord of it. It could be mine. What is the really cool thing is how much effort you put into recruiting certain people, how much effort you put into establishing some strategic play. The goal of the main character is to rule the world, to be an overlord. It's actually quite good, and it's like the opposition. The greatest wow. Wow. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look, I don't know if you guys can see. It's beautiful. Overlord presents itself. It's a really good show. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just sad because I never gave it a chance, and now that we have it, finally gave it a chance and finally liked it, it's leaving tonight, you know? It's like, well, I think I got to watch it, but at what degrees, right? I would have liked to take my time to enjoy it. But itself as this person trying to govern. And it's really nice because at time the main character feels like the villain of the story. He's killing people, he's killing a lot of people. Right? And the world is trying to resist him. It's like, fuck the world, right? And then the beauty of Overlord is there's very humane moments. But it's also its biggest weakness. I'm going to be switching to the weakness and then we'll come back to the positive. Because I want to do this like in an order where it'll be easy to understand. The biggest flaw of Overlord is he's kind of an asshole. The show, which does really well, I gotta say, season 2 was my favorite because this is the best example I could give. Nintendo's Adventure, and Nintendo's Adventure as possible recruiting members. So they present this clan of lizardmen, and it's almost the whole season, and you're fighting them off, and you learn the culture of the lizardmen, and the whole culture, and you got his main characters, and he fights off one of the guardian of the main characters, and he's like, okay, well, he's a really good warrior. Can we please use him? And the guy's like, okay, yeah, sure, we'll use him. So you're a recruiting member. Now, I have a great thing because but the lizard man is like on fairy life. In the beginning, he's doing very good. For example, there's this guy who's a brilliant herbalist. Ivan Gold, which is the main character, right, is used to healing item from his world, from the game Yggdrasil, right? In this new world, you don't have this medicine. So he kind of hire a recruit, a guy that will make him medicine. Because, and this is one of the worst plots, one of the best plots. He has a lot of items. Like, the first season he has a godly armor, some super good equipment, right? However, Overlord feels weird. Because you feel like this overly powerful being. There's 4 seasons of the show. And the only time where I felt like the main character, Ivan Gold, has a problem or had a risky situation was when he had to fight one of his own guardian that was mind controlled. Okay? The plot is to fight off other player. Isekai, like Sword Art Online is Isekai. You're not reborn, you're just in another world, right? So yes, that's pretty much it. What else is negative? Negative in the sense that it does feel like an harem, and it's like always like it gets annoying. It gets annoying how often is servant are like, oh my god, you're so great, you're so great, and also the main character kind of have a god complex. Now the god complex is working in this sense because he wants to be an overlord. But the sheer number of time he calls himself Ivan Gold, I'm like, dude, I know your fucking name. You don't need to say it 100 times. I know your name. Okay, we're good. We know your name. It's repetitive, and then you're always presenting an enemy. For example, and this is what I don't like about the anime. This is what really turned me off from the anime. There's supposed to be this greatest warrior and the greatest warrior of all kingdoms. And he fights Isengard in season 3. And then Isengard comes in, and he's like, okay, well, I'll fuck you up with time control magic. Time control magic. There's a dragon. They're the strongest creature in the land. He has a spell where he stops the heart, and he kills the strongest dragon in one shot. So like I said, the only real battle. Now, technically, this is true. This is not true. So one of the most positive thing is the intros are really smart. So for example, in season 2, the intro, you're gonna see one of the character called Demi-Urge, one of the Guardian called Demi-Urge. Demi-Urge will play a villain. And in the intro, you see him fighting Demi-Urge, and it's clear that it's Demi-Urge. However, what it is Isengard plays 2 characters. He plays Isengard, and he plays Lord Mormont. So Lord Mormont is a character that's like, well, guess what? The good guy, people can come to me, they can come to me and I'll be their savior. I'm the savior, but I'm also the... In French, we have this sentence. We have this sentence that's really actually good. So we say, the pyromagnet is a firefighter, right? So you're creating the fire, but you're also quenching it, just to show that you can play with people's life. Some of the more positive, the story is actually really good. For example, the Guardian are actually quite nice. The lower characters are kind of cool. The show is weird because, like, oh, look at this. Look at this. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Look at this. I'm hiding the camera. What the fuck? You know, gorgeous. So the problem with the show is actually really weird. Is some of my favorite characters are enemies, but they build up as these heroes, right? So for example, I'm telling you, like, oh, this guy's the strongest to fight. Well, he dies, and then they said, well, now we have information on how he works. You know, it's really good. And then at the same time, it's so fucked up because there's a part where I really stopped like enjoying the thing. He's fighting against an army of human. Now, we don't care about those humans. However, we've been seeing them since season 1, so we're kind of attached to them. So one of his guardian, which is Shaltir, which is the vampire, she fights off this guy. And this guy kind of like, okay, well, he survived. Like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna learn how to fuck you up, and I'm gonna fuck you up. Right? And you want him to win. Because he's the guy that survives, you know? It's like a Harry Potter thing. So you're rooting for the bad guy, but then Isengard comes in and he's overpowered and it's not enjoyable. Like I said, it's not normal for the best fight to be in season 1. You know? It's not normal. And then there's this harem, but there's also really weird. There's like these 2 kids, and at first they seem like a father, but there's some weird thing to it, you know. And it sucks because the show ends with him not finding a single player, right? You're not finding a single player. Overlord feels like a god playing. There's not a moment where you feel like he's in real danger. There's not a moment where you feel like, oh man, if shit hits the fan, shit's gonna hit the fan. You know, there's never a moment like that, and it sucks because there should be a couple moments like that, right? There should be a couple moments like that. There's none, which kind of rendered the show kind of pointless. What I'm trying to say, in a very simple manner, is there's no stakes of the show. There's no stakes. It's always, I'm gonna be okay. For example, at season 4, at the end, season 4, yeah. He comes in, and the whole thing is he wants some dwarves that are able to do some runes on weapons to make them stronger. He doesn't need it because he's already the strongest person in the universe. So the plot is completely useless. We spent so much time on the second season recruiting a little man, and we barely used him, you know? And it sucks. It really sucks. The show's good, don't get me wrong, it's enjoyable, but I don't know if I would watch it again. There's only so much, like... There's a common trope where the MC is open. There's never really a problem. It's not my favorite anime. Attack on Titan, why? my other favorite show is Naruto. Naruto, there's a bunch of time where we thought he was not gonna be a winner. There's not a moment like that. It's not exciting. You know? The world build up is actually really nice. Like, for example, while you're conquering this, there's the whole thing, and I think the best description to it is they're taking the carrot. He's nice to a certain nation that choose to follow him, and he's a dick to other nation that don't follow him. Now, where is that important? That's actually really important. Because there's a part of the show, a really big part of the show, where people like, should we fear him or should we not fear him? And then that's the main problem with the main characters. There's a moment where he's an asshole, there's a moment where he's super nice, you know? It's really, it's not great. It's not great. Let's get on. Anyway, let's start the review. Let's guys take it easy. Peace. Don't blink, it's your blink. Welcome to the show. I'm doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 30th June 2025. Last day of Overlord, so I'm going to be recapping it. Now, you're going to see me looking at my screen a lot. What I'm going to do is, because I only watched the show once, I'm going to show you the show. And I'm going to show you the show in a way where I'm going to be... I cannot talk. So that's the goal. The goal is to do what? The goal is to go on Netflix, and I'm going to play every single episode. Just so we can watch it. Just so we can be like, okay, well, guess what? I know exactly what's going on. Okay, well, guess what? I know what happened. Okay, so guess what? This is what it means. I don't know the show by heart. Now, I take advantage of this. This is the next one that we're going to be recapping is going to be Squid Game. So, there you go. We have it. So, Overlord Season 1. I should take a note, actually. Give me a sec. Two. I did a show with my general thoughts of Overlord. I did a video with this. Okay, I did a video. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm nervous because I thought it was the 30th of July. The show was leaving. It's leaving tonight, and I had a busy day, so I have 3 hours to recap the whole show. But that's okay. That is okay. That doesn't matter. You know why? Because we're not going to let it affect us. We're not going to let it tell us, hey, this is the problem. It's simply, and I do mean simply, and mean to an end. So let's get it. I'm going to do Overlord. Really good. Really good. Watch the whole thing. Okay, so we're going to start with Season 1. I know this is a very not natural way to do it. Usually what I do is I take notes, but the notes are way too much. So Season 1 is actually pretty good. Season 1, Episode 1 is actually pretty good. It's a guy, which is the main character, the MC. He's in a game, right? The whole thing is about how the game is supposed to end, and doesn't end, and then he's stuck there. He gives them, we see the Guardian, which is super cool, and his castle, and how everybody was like a victim to him, right? We see the villains, we see the Guardian, we see Isengol, we see really the player and the game. Now, this, technically speaking, is not super important, because you're building a world that's not going to happen. So you're building a world which is an MMO, but it's not an MMO because after this, there's so basically what's going on is the MMO is going to close. They want to see the closing, and he's the last one there. He's the only one that still care, and he's saying, "Oh, we worked so hard." He's the guardian, which is super cool because we kind of see all of the guardian. Him, we don't see him a lot. Hershey's super important. We don't see her a lot. We don't see her a lot. We don't see her a lot. We see her a lot. There's a bunch of characters that you don't really see. The show has 4 seasons, but it felt like it should have had more season. So we meet Albedo. We see how all of them are. They're all simps, and this is one of the things that really turned me off with Overlord. Overlord season 1 episode 1 wasn't enough to get me to like the show. First of all, sorry, it's an harem, very harem anime, which I don't like. I don't like harem because it doesn't feel real, and it's weird because give me fucking chakra, give me some fucking jutsu. And then I'll watch it. If something like that, I won't watch it. I don't know why that is. That's just the way it is. I gotta check if I'm still uploading. Shit, we're taking a long time to upload. What the heck?
I believe the biggest game change that Jesus brought and continues to bring today is his presence. He showed that God was truly real in history and brought God's presence,
Give me a sec.
physical presence into history. He left and he said, "My peace I leave with you. You're not going to be alone. It's going to be sad.
Got a mosquito that's kind of
I'm sending you a comforter. I'm leaving
nibbling
you
on me.
still my presence to
It's not gonna bite me, but it's not gonna bite me, but it's not gonna not bite me. Okay, so yeah, so the first wasn't really good. The first couple episodes were actually pretty bad, and I didn't want to watch the show. But then I give it a shot, and it's actually really good. So then you're having Albedo, you see, you kind of have access to how the Guardian was created. You're gonna be super important because, so in the MMO, the first thing that this character says is, "I miss my old team," and the Guardian are kind of the children of his old team. So they're to a certain degree, they're representative of how the team was. So that's actually quite important. We have Albedo simping. See, very first episode we got simping. It's weird because again the pretense on why we're getting Guardian is one last goodbye, right? Then we're waiting, we're seeing a battle, which is super cool. We're really getting to meet them, and we meet the brothers, the sisters. It's just a goodbye. But then at the same time, you're using this as a way to introduce characters. So we have a fight, which is to show the power of the Guardian. First of all, but second of all, as to show you what to expect. So it's kind of like a good thing when it comes to it. That's pretty much it. We have the ending of the game, and it doesn't show up. It's just the Guardian itself are also important because you establish how strong he is. So at the beginning of the series, we have this character, right, which is all thing goes, and the first thing he says is like, "Oh well, we were super strong. We put in so much hours. Our guild was almost unrivaled, and then the Guardians serve as a way to show we really were unrivaled. We really were the strongest out here. We were gods amongst men, you know? And it's nice, but at the same time, possibly not the best way to start anime. Because, for me, an anime, what is nice is you get a character that's kind of shitty. And he has a good soul, and he has, like, for example, take 3 of the most amazing anime. Ichigo, weak, he wants to protect. Naruto, weak, he wants to be Hokage and prove that he's worth it. Luffy, weak, but he wants to have the best crew and be the Pirate King. The Attack on Titans. Eren, weak, but see his mom get killed by a Titan and swear revenge. And this one, Aizen Gold, and I shouldn't compare, but it's just the reason why I didn't like the show at the beginning. Aizen Gold present himself as the strongest characters. Now, at the end of the show, it's kind of nice because it's gonna be how can I say this? It's kind of nice because in this new world, you can see that there's a lot of new people that are stronger than him, you know, and It's not his strength that's lacking, it's more so this lack of knowledge of the new world that's gonna happen. Besides, the show's called Overlord, so himself and the Guardian are gonna try to rule the world, the entire world, you know? That's pretty much it. So now we have episode number 2. We have again the character the Guardian slipping for him. But it's kind of cool because you're seeing every single character, you're seeing every single Guardian. I'll warn you right away. Some Guardians are more used than others. For example, Lenny Urge, Albedo, the twins are really, really used. But the fact that we have this 12 Guardian are super important. They all say goodbye to him. They all plead allegiance to him, which is cool because they establish powers. It's a really risky choice to establish your character as one of the strongest. It's a really a risky choice into establishing your character as I already have an army. I'm already kind of a big deal. It's a really nice choice when it comes to it because you show that your character is. The show lacks a little bit because there's no clear purpose of the show. There's no clear goal. It's like, oh, I want to rule the world. I want to rule the world, but then he's gonna rule the world. He's not gonna know what to do with it. I got bitten. Let's get it. That kind of sucks. Then we see that the world is not there. We have the Guardian that says, "What's up? What's gonna happen?" And it's like, okay, well, I am gonna need your help. I'm gonna need your help right away. I'm gonna set up some defense. So please go back to your station, and I'm gonna need you. It's not super important. However, it's kind of nice. We also have the scene where the Guardian talks like about how great he is. When I talk about Harem anime, I also talk about how he's viewed as a god. There's some Guardian that are fighting, which is cool because the infighting can show that he needs as a leader. He's the one that's going to say stop fighting. But it doesn't serve a purpose because it doesn't go anywhere. For example, there's this vampire, and then there's Albedo, which is succubus. They're fighting for the love of him. At the end, nobody gets the love, so what's the point? They're saying how we need him. Now the player's like, why am I not believing? Why am I stuck here? But then he transformed himself into Lord Momont. And now Lord Momont, in a couple of ways, is actually really cool. Lord Momont is a second character, but is the main character. So he's just wearing a disguise. So Lord Momont acts, and this you realize more later on, but act as a good person, as an adventurer, a spy, but also I can do action as Lord Momont that I don't do as Ivan Goal, which is really good. We have the player asking the Guardian to pledge to him, and he goes and he sees this new world, and it's kind of cool because he's like, I didn't like the world before, I didn't like how my life before, so my life is kind of better here. He's trying to reach other players because he thinks that he's not alone. The first thing that he wants to do is get other players, but then we're 4 seasons in and there's nothing. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. He's been a good leader. He's been a good leader in a sense of he started to treat his Guardian a bit better, right? Which is kind of cool. And then for the first time, we're seeing the enemies. To episode in. Is Overlord great? No. Enjoyable? Yes. So at the very least, it's enjoyable. We have the human army. Now, what is really cool is this character is one of my favorite characters. This guy right here. My favorite character is going to be super important. He is quote-unquote the strongest warrior. So, you know that he's representative of the human, and because he's the strongest of humans, he's the main antagonist. Now, what Overlord does so well is it's not precise. Who's a good guy here? Lord Ainz is the bad guy because he's conquering. Then he's our main character, so we want him to conquer. So is he the good guy or is he the bad guy? It's up to you to decide. We have him talking about giving orders to the Guardian. This is one of the really cool thing. You use a mirror. This is a really important scene. You use a mirror to see the world, and it's like, okay, well, this is my new home. So how do I get it? And one of the first things he sees is soldier killing off farmers because they're not following some laws or something like that. And he's like, okay, well, I have to protect them. Now, the funniest thing is, he decided to interact right away. And one of his first notion as a player is like a quest. See, Overlord often feels like there's a player playing some quests. So we have the super weak Overlord. This character is super important. You see that running away, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna save her. Overlord also suffers from a lot of preconceived notions. So, for example, oh, this character is, I'm gonna save this character because I want to save this character, but guess what? This character is actually super useful, so I did right to save her. So the soldier coming in, he kills the soldier, and it's really cool because he kills the soldier, and the first thing he does is transform the soldier into a Undead Knight. So you could kind of say, okay, well, guess what? He's an Undead Knight, so he could be, it was a purpose more than just saving the girl, you know? They're thankful, and they're asking for help, so you give them 2 horns, which are magical elements that will give them goblins, which they use, which is super cool. We have the Undead Knight, and the other knight, which is really, really cool, is right away he creates one. He's able to kill a lot of them, and he saved the village. Also, one of the soldiers tells him like, "Yo, I'll give you gold if you leave me, if you let me be." So there's already corruption, you know. Then he saved the village. It's like, "Yo, all I wanted to do was to sell somewhere," so they trust him. So this is kind of establishing himself. It's an important. The whole Cairn village is kind of important because you establish yourself as a guy who's interested into the world, but interested in the sense of wanting to help or conquer. One major spoiler. The whole show's about characteristic. Am I a grateful? Am I a generous leader? Or am I a dictator? So then you establish businesses, and again, Cairn is kind of cool because you see the village that's Cairn, right? And then Cairn is a cool village because it's like it's a small village, but it's your first move into the world. So it's kind of nice. The leader tells him how there's a lot of corruption and his villager were killed. So I think Gold feel kind of bad about it, but at the same time, it's weird because I don't really feel emotion. And even though he saved this, he doesn't feel sadness when he tells. It's weird. He doesn't really feel sadness when the elders say, "Hey, a lot of us got killed," but then he feels. He's a player, so that he possibly sees them at an NPC. Are you sad when an NPC dies? Certain NPC, yes. Most NPC, no. You know? Then, what is really cool here is you come back to this guy, which is the good guy, the hero of the land. And yes, it's tough because we just saw that there was a lot of corruption, right? So you saw that there's a lot of corruption, and then you see in a night, and you're like, okay, well, if most of your men are corrupted, I kind of think that you're corrupted too. But then can you judge for somebody that can you assume somebody's corrupted because it's been corrupted, right? And that's a bit tougher. Okay. To be honest, it's such a hard show to give me a sec. Such a hard show to recap. Play the Tower, one of my favorite games. I worked so hard today. Didn't stop. It won't be long. We're pretty far in the games though. One of the things that we have to do are AFK. It's a great show. Warlord is not a bad show by any means. It's just one of the most interesting shows that I've ever watched. You know? It's not bad, but it's not great. And when you look at it, I don't have a lot of complete anime under my belt, so this is one of them. You know? I have maybe 14? 14 is a good number. Maybe you're fucked up. All I want is to stars. We'll delete TikTok. No, I don't have space. And we'll be working really hard today. Really hard. And then we're not done. Because I'm going to do this. We're going good then. 4 minutes an episode. There's 13 episodes per season. Which equate to 13.4, which is 52. 52 times 4, which is 208. 208 divided by 60 is about 2.5. So this is how much time it's gonna take us. And if it takes us this, we're good. All I wanted from the start. I got mental issues. All these bloody issues. It's okay, they used to scream at me to say, oh, shut the fuck up, go inside. I mean, in fact, they're nicer. I'm happy. Are you happy that I'm happy that you're happy? Okay. 52 minutes. Okay, let's go. Sorry about this, guys. Your boy is a hard worker. Season 4. Episode number 4. Got the church. How important it is? The reason why the church is important is because the name of the episode is The Master of Death. So people are still trying to figure out if Isengol is a good guy or a bad guy. And if Isengol is a bad guy, then we need to pretend like he's a good guy. But then since we don't know who's the villain and who's the good guy here, then your perception of villain. All you need to know is the protagonist and the antagonist. Now, who's the protagonist and who's the antagonist? That's different. For some people, for example, Attack on Titan, is Eren a protagonist or is he antagonist? Up for you to decide. By seeing people of the church, we're seeing kind of like the higher power, which is super, super important. I think we'll decide to wear a mask, which is important also because he wanted to establish himself. And when you look at it, it makes sense because he doesn't know this world. He doesn't know how dangerous it is. He doesn't know how strong the enemy are. And the first thing that he's trying to do is trying to find the players. But if you're a player asking an NPC who has their other player, he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's pretty good. Got some fighting. Okay. Demon against the player. See? These guys are fighting. Now these guys, we saw them in the church, right? We saw them in the church. So you would think that they're good guys. But then they're fighting a guy that we just saw. And I know that he's a good guy, so then your perception of good guy is not. Now, why is that important? Because I think Gold can either choose one side or the others, right? Does he help the side that's the strongest, or does he help the side that is just helped him? Right? That's kind of complex. And again, kind of cool because right away you have an upgraded strength. You fought soldier and you killed them with a simple soldier. Now you have demons with wings. So are they stronger than you or not? Now, technically speaking, they ask him, hey, want to help us? He's like, no, I refuse. And then he's going to start fighting them. So it's him against everybody. And then, of course, he beats them super quickly. That's the problem with Overlord. There is the classic trope of the MC that is way too strong. We got the guy using a magic item. Now, this is kind of sad because using a magic item, which is kind of important. As a player, you have magic items. But he's kind of the only one that uses one, you know? However, it's a spell that is a level 2 or 3, I don't remember. And then Isengol is able to use stronger spell. We have a really cool moment between him and Albedo where she's like, hey, thank you so much. You did good. We'll come back to the castle. And we're like, okay, well, guess what? I know more about the enemy. The enemy being the whole world. I'm a bit more ready to fight it, you know? So it's kind of cool. The whole goal is established in episode number 5, where it's like, well, I want to establish a kingdom. And that's pretty much it. We meet Selphir, which is the vampire. But then in the season 1, this is cool because you got Selphir and Albedo that are both fighting for the love of Isengol. So these two together, you know that there's animosity. You know that there's a common goal, which is to seduce the main character, right? It's a question of who's gonna get him, right? And that's kind of nice. All these fucking issues. This is hard to recap because I'm telling you the story and I'm not really recapping, right? But you know what? It's about making tests and making mistakes, and if it's a mistake, it's a mistake. If it's not a mistake, it's not a mistake. We got Moment, Return of Moment, and this time it's actually pretty cool. We saw the world, and he said he made a mistake. So technically speaking, he went to the it's complex. He went to the thing, and he was like, okay, well, I'm like this godlike creature. And he didn't know who was a good guy. He didn't know who was a bad guy. He didn't know who to help and who not to help. Then come back at Moment. Moment was an adventurer, and there's a couple of things here that are super interesting. Is he trying to play the game again? Is he still miss playing the game? Is he trying to get information? He's trying to be a good guy? A bit of everything, you know. Choke away from him. So of course, so the bronze adventure. Now, it's actually really cool that they place that there, because it's actually a ranking. So bronze are low level adventure, silver are higher level adventure, gold are higher, platinum, etc., etc., etc. Why is that cool? Why is that super interesting? Well, it's interesting in the sense of it's a ranking system, which is a kind of like a game thing, but the bronze medal is an important thing. So for example, when his friends get captured, he used their bronze medal to find the criminal, which is kind of cool. Again, this is something that was a good idea, but presented in a concept that is not good. Overlord's trying to overplan things. So what they do is, oh, well, remember this item a season episode ago? Well, this is why it's important. He presents himself as an adventurer, and then he fucks up. He breaks a potion. So this is also a cool moment. He gives the potion to somebody else, and we're following her. Word also does this, which is really cool. It'll take lowly like NPCs, and what it'll do, it'll be like, hey, guess what? Here's a potion. I broke yours. Here you are. I'll take NPCs and I'll show us the world. So for example, a lot of the enemies are NPCs. A lot of the NPCs are kind of the good guys. They're like the chivalrous. They're representing good. They're representing the good in the world. The fact that you're killing them is kind of sad. So here's a really cool thing. They give the potion, which is a red potion. Now, why is that important? Because it is healing, and it kind of shows. That well, this one doesn't have potion. And what I have to be careful with. We're having the ranking system and how it could be a good way to learn about the world, from bronze to everything. Because again, the presentation. What should be cool here is you're presenting characters, which is the guy with the long hair, the old woman. They're potion makers, and you kind of see the way potions are made, but you kind of see also magic, low level magic. Then he's picking up some quests, which is not super important. And then he meets his team. The fact that he meets his team is kind of nice because, again, there are possibly people to introduce him to the world. Also, it's a action of Moment, not I think gold. So this is also really cool. You're seeing a duality in the life of both. You're seeing that this guy is doing something, this other guy doing something else. This is really cool. What's next? So they're talking about the job and what they're establishing themselves as a party, which is kind of cool because you see the personality of each of them. It would have been better, but then they die pretty quickly, so that sucks. Baby, you're fucked up. You're too hot. You're too hot. Whoa, books, whoa, whoa. Don't blink, it's your Wayne. Welcome to the show. Doing well because I'm having a wonderful day. So sorry about this. We had this is part 2 of our review of Overlord. I'm so sorry we had a what should we call it? The phone was too hot. I just saw downstairs. She literally put her computer on the other side. So continuing because I have 20% batteries, we should be okay. At least doing season 1, which I'll be happy about. So with the season 1, what is kind of cool, where we were with the team, okay, cool. So the team that we meet doesn't really matter. However, it can serve a couple purposes. The first purposes it can serve is the fact that maybe he's lonely, maybe he missed being in a party, maybe he missed being with other people. The purpose that it can serve is how unjust this world is. So, for example, if Lord Isengol in your mind is a villain, then this could be one of the things that turns into a villain. Losing his party member. That's pretty much it. Then Moment has a special request, which is weird. We meet some of the first villain. So these two are the biggest villains of season 1, which is kind of cool because season 1 is very different. It's literally like, hey, there's a villain and they're kind of your level. We also established that there's items that are serving purposes. So for example, we have this crown, right, who makes the user insane. But if you can wield it, it's a really powerful magical item. So this is, again, if you're playing the game, this is a kind of like a curse item, but still an item, which is kind of cool. We have the party member, they're going to the forest. Now also what is really cool here is... fuck the mosquito. What is really cool here is, see that he has a silver rank, and Momont is bronze rank. So it's already establishing a order. We got Momont, we got the party which are joking, talk about a villain which is kind of like a chimera. But the chimera could be really cool because it's something that everybody knows, it's something that's really interesting, but at the same time it could be like a fearful foe. The first season shows how strong he is, but also how ruthless the world is. He's strong enough to take on a chimera. So we have more of Albedo and Demiurge, which are possibly the two most popular Guardian, I guess. More of the story. really it's nice because you're seeing how the world is, but it's pretty meaningless. Pretty meaningless. There's a lot of mistake when it comes to the continuity. So, for example, he's gonna care about something, but then he don't care about something. He's gonna have a friend, but then he don't have that friend. This castle is super important, but and he's super strong, but you defeated him in a couple minutes. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So now we're fighting against Ogre, and this serves as two purposes. We're seeing this is kind of like a meaningless fight, but also meaningful because you're seeing how well the party does together, but you also see the strength of Momont, and it's completely out of their league. So the first thing you see is like, okay, well, they work well together, which establishes the fact that they've been working together for a while. But then you realize that Momont is an other league, so it's like, okay, well, I don't really need you guys, which I kind of appreciate. I kind of like, not in the sense of this is truly something that's phenomenal, but in the sense of this is good storytelling. Like, you want to know what your party members like. At the same time, like, there's 12 guardian, establish each of their strength and how they're fighting, right? So we fight against the Ogre, which is pretty cool. They're low level, and that is pretty much it. We get to know where they're named from. It's establishing the party members as people that we care about. It's establishing people as they're red caps. So red caps are what? Red caps are extra, but they're still extra that matters. Okay. But then he has a story. We hear about the adventure that saved his life, which he didn't really save his life because Momont would have fucked him up. And that's pretty much it. We hear the first of the Adamantium class. Adamantium class, which are the strongest, but also it's super important because we have the reality of why he hired Momont. It's like you're cheaper than Adamanted and you're as strong as Adamantites. This is why I needed you. We have more of the villain, and the villain this time is really cool because the main game. So her being the main villain, she has this item and she knows that somebody can use it. The potion maker has a talent where you can use every single item. She's like, okay, well, let's get him, and then she's looking for him. So on one side we got Moments getting close to the people, but then you got somebody that's trying to kill those people. So it's actually quite cool. Getting destroyed by mosquito. We have the villain, their motivation, how they don't trust each other. It's not super interesting. So then we finally have the fight with the beasts. We have the fight with the beast, which is kind of cool. And then there's even some of my favorite moments. So we meet she's super strong. She's a summoner. So you know, and it's establishing something that's kind of cool. So for example, we got her, right? And we know he saved her. So now we see the village, and this village is quite unique because there's people that are there, but it's also goblins that are there. So they're cohabiting together, which is very rare in an anime. First of all, second of all, it's just a good time because the character that we care about, like the guy with the long hair, the one we want to save, right? He said that he's in love with this girl. Like, kind of important. We're seeing how the village is being trained, which is super, super cool. Now, the thing that we don't know is if it gave 2 horns, which can summon goblin. We don't know if the goblins were natural or summoned. If they're summoned, they're serving a purpose. If they weren't summoned, they're not serving a purpose. So much like, yo, I'm gonna help you get the girl, which is actually pretty sweet. Because again, it's a guy that cares about his party member, even though they're NPCs. We have the meeting with the Chimera, which is super cool because the Chimera ends up being a specific race that is in the game. So it's like, okay, well, this is in the game, there was this race, right? And then we meet it, and we just recruit it. So the cool thing here is the first lie. He tells like, hey, I defeated the foe, but he didn't defeat it. He just wanted to recruit it. So this is how much he cares about his team and how important it is. It is the first instance of a choice between Lord Momont and Isengol. So Lord Moments would have killed the beast, and Gold would have used the beast to make himself stronger. He used the beast to make himself stronger. However, this is also cool because later on, him taking away this beast from the forest made a lot of animals that were supposed to be prey and afraid. It changed the ecosystem. So this is the first action that he does that really have consequences, which is cool in an anime. So he fights it, but he doesn't really fight it, which is super cool. He says, hey, in my world there's a lot of you guys, and that is pretty much it. That is pretty much, oopsies. Yeah. That is pretty much it. It's not super interesting, but again, we're first season, so then we're seeing that the mission is successful, and this is how it ends. This is how it ends. Sadly, I'm gonna have to leave. I can do one more because I'm at 10%. We have the villain finally find the places and like, yo, I need to kill you or I need to kidnap you. Then the whole team are like, we need to protect the guy with the long hair. We'll protect you, flee. It's also kind of cool because it establishes her as being the villain, but also doing villainous act. She directly is enemy because she kills somebody. And then she says, okay, well, guess what? This guy's in danger. Now this is the first time that he's gonna do something that's truly villainous. What he does that is truly villainous is that he's it's like, I'm gonna help your grandson. You're gonna have to give me everything that you want, everything that you have. And then the consequences are really big. She's like, oh, you're a fucking monster, I hate you. Get out of my store. This is the first action that he does. That is kind of weird. Because at the first time, you're like, okay, well, Moments, he wants to help people. He really wants to help people. He's a good kind. But then he does something villainous, like, I'm gonna take everything that you home for reward. And at the same time, it's kind of good because we like the main character, but it's kind of like an action that it serves a purpose, but it makes you question the intention of the character. When you question the intention of the character, it's not great. That's pretty much it. So, you really piss him off. However, in the item that he gets a world map, which is kind of super important because they really need it. However, the grandma, she's like, fuck you, you're an asshole, you know? So, that's pretty much it. But Isengard fighting against the army of the undead. So again, you guys remember that there was two villains. The one with the one that kidnapped the kid, who has a lot of physical strength, and the old man that has magical power. So this is the really first fight with Isengard. We have, it's really cool because we have a follower, and then we have the new follower, then we have a guardian, and he's like, okay, well, are we helping you? Now, what is really cool here is we'll see Nabe, which is one of the guardian, fight with Momont. So we're seeing there's a cult, right? And then Momont gonna fight against the girl that has physical prowess. Again, if you guys remember, she stole as a trophy their adventure tag, and Momont used a spell to localize the item. That's how he finds them. So it's actually really well written. Nabe fights a undead dragon, which is kind of cool because it's summoned, and Momont's like, he's fighting this girl. Now it sucks because Momont is way stronger than this girl, and the dragon is kind of strong. Like it serves a couple purposes. It's actually really well made. So yeah, so the episode 9 is the whole episode is a battle, and it's about showing up. Like for example, like we're seeing how strong Nabe is. We're seeing that the main villain is able to summon a dragon. So there is some powerful being there. However, he wins, which kind of sucks because it's too easy. Moments asked the girl what's her aspiration, because it's kind of cool because she's the very first villain that she sees in this world. So it's like, okay, well, how does it work? What are you doing? Why are you doing what you're doing, right? What else? The battles are nice. It doesn't feel too overpowered. Overlord, a lot of it feels overpowered. So it's actually kind of weird. and he just crush her. Like they don't really fight. He just crushes her. And she's the villain, so you don't really care. There's more fight with the dragon than with her. In one episode, we beat up both. They were using the kid as to get the crown. Moment saved the kid, which holds them a depth of life. That is pretty much it. So not super interesting, but at the same time not bad. And there you go. For now, this is it. I don't think I'm gonna have the time to finish it tonight. So that sucks. Because it's leaving tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go in. Phone is battery is low. So love you guys, take it easy. Peace. Okay, one okay. Hero again. Super Hero Squad heroes. And Okay. Ta-ta-ta-ta. T'es fini? Mange ça. Mange ça. Moi, je suis voyant. say don't use gym. think it's actually pretty good, but I'm a bit forcing myself to do it. You know, got it. There you go. Perfect. Now we don't have to hear the AC. So yeah, we are at season 1, episode 10. So now this is called the Massive Empire. It's actually really cool. We're seeing one of the Guardian, which is this guy, right? This guy is important. We don't really see her. We don't really see her. So they're both guards, and the girl is a servant of the man, but in this one, the man is a servant of the girl. That's kind of cool. They're like, okay, well, so what he's supposed to do? He's supposed to be a spy to really go and kind of understand how it goes. For example, the Magic Guild. That's pretty much it. We see the vampire. Apparently, he's a vampire too. We see more of the people and the way they were designed. So players, which is cool. We have, this is really nice because we have a ambush, right? And then we're kind of seeing how strong the Guardian is. However, they're lowly bandits, so it's not really good. However, what is kind of cool here is this guy. Nope. So this is really cool. This guy with the blue hair, super important. So then their ambush like thinks you're a leader. The leader is being here. Now she is the vampire, she is Self here. What she'll do is she'll kill everybody except for the guy with the blue hair. Now, the reason why she doesn't kill the guy with the blue hair is I believe she thinks he's gonna be a good vassal for Lord Ainz. We saw this later on, where we had a character that's like, yo, these are really good warrior. You should get them, Lord Ainz. So it just what should we call it? She don't kill him. She kills everybody else, but him she doesn't kill. So then we have the battle, and it's weird because we are everybody is against one's vampire. So she's kind of doing all the job, and this is really cool because this is the first time where we're seeing Guardian having some issues, and okay, well, the enemy is too strong. What am I supposed to do? And this is really important. And we see the Red Air adventurer, and she has the red potion, and we know that she doesn't have the magic or technology in this. We know we don't have the technology in this world to make red potions, so she knows it's from Ainz. So she's like, okay, well, where is it? Now the problem is, she knows. I think that she knows Ainz, and if somebody's running away, they'll tell, hey, there's a monster in town, and they'll snitch on Ainz. So they don't do it. However, this is where this is get complicated. She goes in after a whole army, and we see a player that is able to manipulate her. So we think it's a player, right? We think it's a player, but we're not sure because we know there's possibly players, but we don't know for sure. Possibly. There's players, we don't know for sure. So it's like, okay, well, she's really strong. So now she's being controlled by the enemy, which is kind of sucks because she is super strong, which means that episode number 11 will be, the whole episode is a battle. Confusion and comprehension. Is that it? Oh yeah, so okay. Cool. So at the beginning, confusion and comprehension, we see that she's under a spell. And they're like, okay, well, this is a problem because if she sees me, she'll attack me. And she's one of the strongest, if not the strongest of the guards. So it's like, okay, well, she's kind of one of the most able to kill me. The problem with her is most of its spells are darkness, and she's immune to darkness. So then, like, what do we do? The really cool thing here is, I don't know if it's here or not. So we got the Adventurer Guild. So we have more of Lord Momont. Again, not the most interesting thing, but at the same time, it's kind of cool because you're seeing the vampire, and it's like, oh, you're gonna see this. So you see this. Wait a second. So you see this? Orichalcum, this is it. And if you see here, This is the master of the guild. So important characters. Important characters. And he's like, yo, if you want me to kill the vampire, I'm the only one that can kill her. So you better help me out. You better reward me. So we're going to the battlefield, and everybody's like, ish. You know, everybody's kind of afraid because she's the strongest. Now, there's not an item. It's not precise if she's stronger than the other guardian. There's not a power level. There's not a power scale. She is the strongest. But she's the strongest versus like Lord Ice. You use an item to discover if an item was used. However, the item doesn't respawn, which prove that the weapon or the item used was stronger. We have these. We're visiting the city of Lord Isengol. Those are the guardian, right? Which is kind of important. We have Lord Demiurge. Give me a sec. This is super cool. This is super cool because this is written as a player, you know? I just don't remember that. Oh, we have this new characters. And this new character is going to play an important role because he's able to hide. And also, all of the Guardian were a creation of a player. This guy is a creation of Asmongold. It's not Asmongold, Isengard. So that's kind of cool. We meet of the Guardian. So that's super, 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 super important. But so, what else? Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So this whole thing is like, okay, well, we have this enemy. What am I supposed to equip? I don't know what to equip. But it's also cool because this is the equipment of every person. So everybody that left the guild or was in the guild at some point had equipment on them. And Mormont is like, yo, I'm gonna call him Mormont because it's just easier. Mormont's like, leave your equipment behind. So now he's able to choose the equipment. And it's actually pretty cool because he's preparing. Now, this comes at a price. It's super cool because he's preparing for a battle. And it's not cool because this is the toughest battle that he has the whole show. And it's season 1, so it's a bit of an odd case. He doesn't know if he's gonna come back. He doesn't know if he's able to survive. So we got the Guardian that are worried about him. Season 1, episode 12, which is the Bloody Valkyrie, which is Selphie. The whole thing is a battle. So this is the intro. The whole thing is a battle, and the Guardian is like, "Yo, I am not sure. I am not sure what's gonna happen. I am not sure if we're gonna be winning." He doesn't know what to wear for equipment, which is you can see here. Yeah, he just doesn't know what to do with the battle. The whole battle is kind of cool because you're seeing his skills, you're seeing him being pushed, but you also see what great level warriors are able to do. However, he kind of tricks her because she thinks that he's a mage, and he used all of her magic, right? However, she calculated. For example, she knows he's weak to fire. So she knows that it'll cast a spell to stop the fire. However, it doesn't cast a spell for the fire. Because it doesn't cast a spell for the fire, it still has some MP left. And she miscalculated. With the MP that he has left, he's able to survive. Look, this is a second 2-episode battle, which is the ending of season 1. So there you go. I'm not trying to hurry up, but still, at the same time, it's cool because we see how people are reacting, and we see how people are reacting to the fights. Now, of course, the main character wins. Talk about resurrection, right? We have a resurrection, and it costs money. Now, the thing that has to do with that isn't the fact that it costs money; it's the fact that we can resurrect people. So we're establishing that even if something was to happen, we could revive, thanks to Shaltir. Now we see the ending of the first season, which is Lord Asmongold saying, Isengard. I'm gonna call him Mormont. Is kind of cool because we're seeing how he's thankful to his guardian, and how the possibility and the potential of the kingdom. We see some people that are supposed to be possibly the players. We know that they're the one that controlled, saltier. So it's kind of important. There's a couple more stuff. For example, the fact that this guy, he's recruiting the guy with the blue hair. So the guy with the blue hair was a great swordsman, but then he went to the Cram. And then Moment get his promotion, which means that he can now take every single quest. Again, we have this, what should we call it? This guy who's able to create quests, but also solve them. We see a Rubik's Cube, which could possibly mean a human. She doesn't appear anymore. Her, we don't really see her. The phone is too warm. I don't have the time. I'm gonna have to leave it there. I know it's gonna be sounding a bit, gonna be annoying, but I don't have a choice. I really thought it was the 30th of July. So like I was saying, we started the season, which is Prelude to Dark to Despair, with a Rubik's Cube, which is a human thing, which could possibly mean that they're players. However, we have no clue. We see a whole bunch of new people, and this is nice because we're kind of saying, because these are, they only do it for the season 2. So season 1, we finished. We had a big boss, which was Shaltir. Season 2, we're doing it. I think that she's a player. She's possibly one of the only player because we're talking about the player. We have the dragon. We have a bunch of new enemies. However, I'm at season 4, the ending, and we don't see them. So I think it's supposed to be a season 5, and I just don't see it. We finally see the king. So this guy gave the blue hair guy, the guy who got defeated by Shaltir, the option to be a good soldier, which is super important. We know that this guy is kind of the hero. He becomes the main guard of the king. She's super important. She's the princess, and this is another one that's super important. So technically speaking, this guy is going to be the student of the strongest hero, which is super important. I mean the blue hair guy. So we have Momont, we're fighting, we're doing some mission, which is kind of cool. We got Lord Angzel, and just talking about how he's taking care of the city right now. For example, the guards are listening to him, and just making sure that they're all happy. We got more of the flirtatious between what's her name? The Sycophants and Anangol. The sad thing here is season 2 technically has some of the best beginnings. So for example, we see this little guy. This little guy is in charge of things. So they're gathering resources. When it comes to the world, you want to build up resources. They only do it once. I wish they did it a lot more. Now they're planning their next step, their next battle, because again, it's a conquering. Shaltir, she feels bad. This is the first time we see Shaltir, and she feels bad. She feels like there's something that she has to do to repair herself. Now we see this guy, Cositus. Cositus is going to be super important because right now what we're doing is they tell us to do a war against the Lizard Man. The Lizard Man is one of the first race that submit to the Overlord. Super important. However, what she's kind of sad is they spend so much time. So the craziest thing with this is you're seeing it at the very end. You're like, holy shit, we're summoning the exact same thing. Now, so they're telling him, hey, there's 8 clan of lizard men. There's 8 clan of lizard men. I got a pimple. And we'll attack them in order. So we have the whole thing is nice, actually really nice. It's a rise and fall of Overlord. We see the 8 clans, we see their strengths, we see their weaknesses. We see an Hydra, which is the main character, which is for the Lizard Man. So this is the first time we see a character that we really get attached to, but really get attached to, just for at the end to be like, yo, you're gonna be serving a purpose. And at the end, he's not even there. However, there's a couple of cool things. So for example, the whole thing is about unifying the lizard men together so they have a chance. It's about him being the main character of the lizard man and his being his girlfriend. So they're all like, okay, well, we're gonna fight. Now, what happened? Why is that important? Because at first there was 8 lizard clan, but then there was only 5. They had a lack of food, and then they had infighting. So her clan survived by cannibalism, and his clan survived because they were just too strong. This is a duality, but it's also a nice thing because we're seeing the story or the history behind the lizard man, which is, in my opinion, kind of important. We just spend a lot of time. He's courting her. He chooses her as his wife. We have the whole thing where we're trying to get the clans together. So it takes a couple episodes, but this is it, and it's kind of cool because this is the very first time that it's like, okay, well, either you kill them all or we become They become my servants. And Cocytus is like, well, I'll be fighting them. So Cocytus, which is really cool, Ivan Gold gave him a army. And he's like, okay, well, you gotta fight the lizard man. And if you can't fight them, you're good. If you can't fight them, you lose. So what happened is, he's giving a very, very weak army. The only good one in the army is the Lich, right? Which is actually pretty good, but nowhere near Ivan Gold. We're seeing the strength, we're seeing that the main character has a secret weapon. However, the secret weapon is made of ice, and the skeleton is surviving ice, which is super cool. So they win, which kind of means that because they win, because they just lose. So we remember that Shaital, she had consequences for losing with Lord Ainz. Because just losing means that it has consequences also. And one of the consequences is like, okay, well, guess what? You're gonna have to fight the whole army by yourself. So he's like, okay, well, there's no problem. Now, the little men actually cool because they're saying like, hey, we won't allow all of our guys to die. What we'll do is we'll fight 5 of us, right? Lord Ainz is mad at Cocytus. He's like, yo, there's no way. And the coolest thing is, this is possibly one of the coolest things. They summon themselves. So this is Lord Ainz. You see at the distance, he has his 12 guardian. He's showcasing the power. And he's really trying to intimidate everybody, which is really cool. Like, okay, well, guess what? We're gonna fight against you. This is an all-out war. My kingdom versus your race. However, we know that Cocytus is gonna be the only one to fight. The lizardmen surrender. However, they fight the first time. It's like, no, I don't trust you. You guys fought, so time to pay your dues. By the way, it is 12 o'clock. So I don't know how much we can do. If we can do it, we can do it. If we can't, we can't. We're introducing this new guardian. I don't know where he's from. And it doesn't really matter anything. So technically speaking, what he is it's for the resurrection. For the resurrection, you need to sacrifice a soul, and you need to pay some money. It would be the soul sacrifice. You have the whole war. Yeah, the whole war. The whole war is cool because they're like, okay, well, there's only one of you. As the other men said, hey, instead of sacrificing everybody here, we'll take our 5 strongest warrior, and we'll fight. However, he's like, yo, I'll actually go easy on you guys. Now the coolest thing is, Cocytus comes in, and he's like, I know that you said that we have to kill them, but these guys are really, really strong. I said, can we spare them? So then he's like, okay, well, cool. Then they spare this because she's a chief, so there's 6 clan, right? And the 6th one, she's like, yo, you need to stay behind in case we win. You need somebody to lead the people. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll resurrect your lover. However, he has to be loyal to me. I'll resurrect your lover. However, if there's a plan of treason during the race, you have to tell me. So she's basically selling her soul to him. We have a couple of new guys, which are super cool. We have this is the main one. It's like, yo, please teach me the way. And we have the Hydra, which are kind of super important. Season 2, episode 6. Saved and Savior and Saved. So this is super important. So this guy, what he does is he's infiltrating the magic guild. So we know that they use a magic item to control Shaltir. So he's like, okay, well, guess what? If and only if there's an item like that in this world, I'll find it through the magic guild. He's a soldier that's behind him. It's not really clear. I think he's a vampire. Then what happened is he goes to a place where he's my favorite guardian by fucking far. Like look at this. Look at the intro. You see the war with the lizard man. This is what's really important. These guys are the bad guys. They're the king. This guy is Zero. He's a bad guy. So this guy you see, super important. Super important. Or doesn't go. Let's see the fight between. Yeah, you see Cocytus between him. This is Demi-Urge. This is super important. This is really cool because they're doing a battle against Demi-Urge. Like, oh my god, Demi-Urge betrayed the Lord. No, he didn't betray it. It was all part of the plan. Part of the plan to rule over. Pretending he's nice. So the vampire, the old man, we find this girl, right? And he's like, okay, well, these people are treating you shitty. But she's a prostitute. And they drugged her. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. Fuck you. So this guy is a sweet, he has a sweet heart. Like, I'll protect her, and I'll make her a servant of Lord Eisengold. So you see, most of the people, so what is really cool, in the two cases, they serve a certain purpose. Cocytus, which values strength, is like, okay, these are good warriors, I want to keep them. And this guy, which value loyalty, is like, okay, well, she has nobody, I'm gonna save her. So he cures her, and it's like, yo, if I can cure you, you'll be loyal to me, and you'll be loyal to Lord Irons. There's not really a purpose other than you feel bad for her. There's not really a purpose instead of just he wants to be a nice guy. So the girl, she's like, why are you protecting a human? Why are you protecting a human? Is protege, right? A servant. But she's like, and then the servant's like, nobody's nice to me. Nobody cares about me. They're all using me. I hate him. That's when he says, okay, well, maybe we can use you. So he feels really bad for her. You really feel bad for her. You know, she's taking care of her. No, technically speaking, it was the fact that he was created like that, which is super cool. But it does show the Guardian. So right now, what we're doing, which is super, super, super important, is we're doing three things. We're establishing each Guardian, and we're giving them a story. Each one of them. We had the fight between the blue hair and Shulk here. What's important is because he survived, and he chooses to be like, yo, we got this. The strongest swordsman in the kingdom, the hero. This guy, like to the blue swordsman, like, yo, you got potential, what are you doing? It's like, no, you don't understand. I fought this girl, she's a vampire. You don't even have a simple chance. There's no chance at all. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're seeing her. You think they're twins, but no, it's a ninja. Which means we need this group. Now, this group, what they are, they're Ataman tight soldier group. They're good. Now, this is the craziest thing ever. This is really cool. So what they're burning is the field. So we just established that the girl was drugged and raped. Well, not raped, but she was a prostitute, and she was drugged. So if she wanted to get the drug, she had to work as a prostitute. And he's like, yo, guess what? There's this drug. And then, the next one, we're burning the field of the drug. So we established that there's a drug, and we established that there's this group of people that are literally fighting to save the world. Now we got season 2, episode 7, which is Blue Roses. Blue Roses is the roses from which the drug is made. Guys, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got Momont to ask some money. Now, technically speaking, the kingdom of Azazel, which is the kingdom of Momont, is suffering from a lack of fund. There's no to make fun. They're showing production. So in season 2, when they start, and there's a little imp, the little imp comes in. It's like, yo, we're doing production. They're at a level where they're producing, but they're not self-reliant. And this is a bit where it is dangerous. I need my okay. Because I don't know why my little toes always have this piece of nail sticking out. Give me a sec. It's not really working. Put you down. Oh, feels good. And we're back. Sorry, because we have I don't know why I have a defect where I'm growing like a second nail on the side of my pinky, my little toe, and it gets stuck in my socks, and it's really painful. So I try to cut them every single time, but they grow up. They still grow. They still grow. I don't know how to stop it, but hey, it's not a big deal, isn't it? So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so the fact that the establishing this economy is actually quite nice because it takes money to run a kingdom. See, in a perfect world, there's two ways to do it. Either some resource gathering, for example, we establish that, oh, guess what? This race, what I would have loved is, for example, this race is good. For example, the lizardmen are a great fisher. So for food, we're gonna be better. We're gonna be better off. The dwarf are great, a great miner. So when it comes to the mining, the dwarf are gonna take care of it, which is great. They don't do that, which is, again, it's okay. I don't really mind. We're just a bit nice. Tomorrow, kind of day. That's what we're having for lunch. Spicy garlic. Never had those. So kind of excited. Okay, let's go. So, Overlord. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So Moan doing some quests is also a good resource, a good source of money, but also a good way to like to kind of spy. When I look back at it, I didn't regret that at first, but this is why I wanted to be Mitchell rank so bad, because Mitchell rank would have given him more job, like given more cash, you know. So we have, which is really cool. This guy takes under his wing the small guy, and takes under his wing the blue air guys. So there is possibly the strongest. He's gonna teach the two of them. Now, this guy with the brown hair will die, but it's kind of not a big. It's not a big deal because the two others are gonna take the not a revenge, but they're gonna take the. They're gonna pass the torch, I guess. So there you go. We have the queen, and it's a bit boring. It is how to accomplish a situation. There's three of them that are saying, "Hey,
When I left Karma, I wouldn't know.
okay, deserve you." Oh, feels good. Oh, feels good. Oh, my Atlantis. Good. Okay. I haven't talked to the guild in a while. Why don't my complete mission one this week refresh again? Okay, sound like a you problem. Ta-da-da. Ta-ta-ta-da-da. Ta-da-dum. Good. Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do. Oof. Okay. Don't care. Don't care. A little bit. Sheesh. Eek. Methane. Yum. Okay. I love killer sticks. Cause everywhere that I go, every step, every step in the bone, untouchable. Mm.
This is Elma, the bell-bearing hunter. Bell bearings allow you to interact with the dead spirits of important NPCs, and it's at their locations that we find this vengeful spirit who murdered countless instructors and merchants. But eventually, this murderer was captured and instead became known as Elma of the Briar. Briars are a type of thorn, and as we recently discussed, thorns are a mark of the guilty. And so wound around the weapon, shield, and armor of Elma were iron briars, which marked him as a criminal to be sentenced to death. Elma was due to be beheaded at the Shaded Castle, whose Castellans have this long, storied history as executioners, but right as he was about to be put to death, he snatched the executioner's own blade and began wielding it with the battle skills of his homeland, which enabled the blade to dance through the skies. For Elma is a Spartan warrior from Earkide, a domain that vanished long ago. But now, Elma is lord over a new domain. That is, until you come along. This is Elma, the bell-bearing hunter. Bell bearings allow you to interact with the dead spirits of important
Okay, good.
So beautiful.
Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa.
Don't call me Nymphadora again.
Don't call me Nymphadora.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
You're just as sane as I am. You're just as sane as I am.
Dad. Dad.
Let us hope Mr. Potter will always be around to save the day. Let us hope Mr. Potter will always be around to save.
What I want.
Hey. Huge difference. Shit.
This is
Aha.
Thank you. That are very sick. You're helping them. Yes, you're waiting.
A little bit. Okay, good. Come on. Don't think you should waiting for a couple of show. They're doing well because they're having a wonderful day. I don't even need to tell you what happened. They can figure it out. They can smart. Yeah. Phone overeaten. So you guys see me. I'm not trying to rush. It's another part of the Overlord, by the way. It's just that 12:30. I don't know when the show is gonna disappear. And all of these are to establish like kingdoms. Like, okay, so what are we doing against the blue? Or for example, establishing the relationship between the princess and this guy, but it doesn't accomplish anything. And the meaning thing, it's kind of detrimental to the show because you really fall in love with the characters. You really like the characters, and like, well, I hope nothing bad happens to him. But because you say that, then especially E will die. So you're just basically building up characters to kill them. So this is a bit shitty. We got more of the old vampire being super sweet, being one of the favorites. Now the nicest thing is, people like, yo, this whore, because they get back to get the prostitute. It's like this whore is ours. We want retribution. So this for the first time he could handle it with violence, and he choose to do it with money. Also, this episode is called "The Detonation of a Young Man." This is really cool, really cool. So here you see he's walking to the city. You get a blue hair guy and you got the young guy, and they're both gonna become students of the guy with the white hair. Now, which is really cool because we established that they were students of the strongest fighters, so they chose, which is really cool because we established their motivation. For example, the blonde kid, he wants to have a princess. We saw that they were really close in the last episode. The blue hair guy, he wants to kill the vampire. Then in season 2, episode 1. So yeah, So we establish her. This is actually pretty cool because we establish her as the Adamantite warrior and her as the Adamantite warrior, and they're the strongest adventurer. It would be super cool because we establish who they are. It would be super cool because we present them. However, the reason why it's not cool is because we don't really see them. So like, okay, well, I kind of need your help. We have this mission and I don't know what to do. So we see that she, the Adamantite soldier, she gives the young kid some item. The items are bell. So for example, this bell is going to be able to say, guess what? I need this. I need to have this. Or there's a secret door here. So I'll be able to, the bell, they're really strong magical item. We got it's super cool because all of the gangsters get to the old man, and then what they do is they attack the villager, and you can see the old man without even like our hard time is beating people with a weapon, and he doesn't have weapon. Like he had his hand behind his back and he's just kicking them. So like the young guy is like, yo, you're really something, like, can you please teach me? Which is the first one. So which is really cool because him teaching the young kid is again showing that he's nice. Him saying the prostitute show that he's nice, he's repeating the action. However, it's also a way to learn the skills of the NPC. The blue hair guys also see them being very strong. Like, yo, I need a trainer. I absolutely need a trainer. The white hair is like, okay, well, I'll take you both. I'll take you both, and I'll make you my students. And this serves another purpose, because we know that the blue hair and the young kids will play important parts. Since they're loyal to one person who's loyal to Isengard, does it help or not? You know? So this is the spark that fires. So just the result of the two kids that are like, well, please teach us. Then it's typical because they go to see the Zero. So the Zero are the group of criminals that sells the drugs in the city. The Zero are the kind of people that are, how can I say that? They're kind of like the gangsters or the mafia of the city. So we go in and take care of it. Now the coolest thing with this one is that we said there's a lot of noble that are involved. And the noble that are involved, they're kind of criminals. For example, right, we see that there's criminal activity, but then like, holy shit, guess what? There's more than just that. Now, also what's cool is we see the bell bearing. So there's a trap door, and the kid's like, okay, well, let's take the bell, and we'll ring it, and then the trap door is revealed, which is actually really nice. We see momentum of the two guys having a resolve. For example, the blue air guys is training, and this guy goes to see if the princess, like, I'll keep you safe. You know what? I'll keep you safe, princess, I promise. Which is actually really, really nice. We got the blue hair and the hero that are talking and having fun. And the hero's like, yo, I'm the strongest here. I'll protect the world. Don't worry about it. And then the blue hair is like, no, if you see the vampire, just run away. So it's the difference of resolve is the difference in how they view things. We also see that the princess is not who she seems to be. She's actually one of the. She's actually a mimic of Lord Isengard. So that's actually pretty cool. We have a prelude to the revolt of the capital. So then he come back. The old man come back. It's like, yo, well, here's my report. I'm sorry to say that there's no item that you were looking for. It doesn't exist. We also have her presenting a human. So this isn't really important because she's a maid. It's not really important because she doesn't add a lot to the story. However, it is important in the sense of we're recruiting. The kingdom is growing, so this is what it would like. When we recruit this big soldier, it's important that when we recruit everybody, it's also important. We have Isengard and Denethor who make their plan. So Denethor is going to be attacking the city, and Isengard is going to be the savior of the city. Why? Because he wants to see how strong they are, and why he wants to do a diversion. So we have the nobles, talking about how things are changing, and what we're supposed to do. And also we got the princess, which we know now that she is the infiltrator, a spy. So Isengard has really mastered everything, but it's mostly nobles fighting. We have them and his attire. which is super important because again, he is one of the most important soldier in the kingdom. That is pretty much it. I know I'm speeding up, but at the same time, with anime like that, there's so little going on. It's just like there's so little going on that's worth mentioning. Um, we got Sebas who's talking to the other guards, and the other guards they have a meeting. And the meeting is kind of cool because it does show how they're reacting. Everybody's getting ready to big battles, which is super nice because again, we have first of all we have the big battle, but second of all, we have those characters that we now know. We have those characters that we now care about. So when you're fighting them, it's like okay, well we like people from the both camps. So whichever you're choosing, which people are you choosing? Sadly, there's other nobles, and you know the nobles are kind of shitty. They're kind of shitty because they're behind the ring of prostitution. They're behind a lot of things. So of course the old vampire got taking care of it, and it's super cool because he's freeing. Now the craziest thing is they find out that she's behind it, and she is so important because she is a noble. So at first, this is what's really good. What's really good is that we find out that she's a noble and that she kind of betrayed her own country. So then what they're gonna do is they're gonna be like, okay, well, guess what? We'll be using you. We won't kill you, and we forget about her until season 4 when she comes forward. We have another one with the Guardian. You guys know her. She's the insect queen. Really cool. We're seeing Adamantium warriors fight against. They're fighting against some of the Guardian. However, one of them has created a spell which is kind of like an insecticide. So because it's an insecticide, they're super strong. However, the research comes in and she's like, "Wow, guess what? You're kind of fucked. There's no hope for you." Not what? Unless there was a lot. That's pretty much it. This is getting good a fight, which is actually pretty good. Did a fight with the Edmonton and the Surge. Did a fight between the first season. This is definitely much better. But at the same time, it's you want episode 12. The cool thing is Mumon comes in and it's like, who's my enemies? What am I fighting? And she's like, holy shit, the good one which is called Evil Eyes. Holy shit, I know you, you're Mumon. Help me out, please help me out. Okay, I'll help you out. So we have a fight between Demi Surge and we have a fight between Demi Surge and Momont. We have this guy which is Zero. He's in charge of the whole gangster. He's in charge of the whole mafia. In charge of the drugs. You know why this is important? Because we're showing that okay, well, we're doing something good. You know why this is not important? Because we're focusing on one country when there's multiple countries. So we put so much effort in. And this is what I talk about when there's a real continuity. But it's also important because it shows the growth of both of these guys and how much they're able to fight like Zero and how strong he is. They're trying to save the prostitutes. We got more of Momont and Demi Surge, which is cool because Momont actually gets some information and creates a villain. So if the villain is Demi Surge, which is another name, which is I think it's Jabberbot, if he can establish that no, he's the real villain, I'm not the villain, and then he takes some eyes off him. He gets some information and gets some trust. So it's a win-win-win. And of course the fight is staged. So for example, like a what should we call it? It is super cool because you get information as and no, you get a win-win. This I think this is the end of the season. No, there's this is the season. So what we see is how everybody's in trouble. The walls are kind of closed, and this is closed. So there's not access to it. However, what we're doing is we're kind of stealing from them. We're kind of like no matter what you do, you're gonna win. We'll get all of the resource of the town, all the resources that it has to offer. So kind of cool stuff. We have a victory celebration. We have the nobles and how they're plotting. So the nobles are like, yo, this is good for us, blah blah blah, this is how we use it. And people are celebrating because they just won. And to be fair, they just won. But they wasn't an enemy. So for example, which is kind of interesting here is the first enemy is the drug cartel. Second is Lord Momont, but Momont isn't an enemy. Right? Which kind of means that the real enemy was the drug smuggler. And we have a fight between the demons and the soldier. This is just to represent. And this one is kind of sad because moments come in and he saves the day. So what he's doing here, he's trying to prove to people that they're reliant on him, trying to prove to people that there's nothing they can do. The mask, I don't remember who it is. I don't remember who it is. I don't remember if it's a Lord of Einzolgo soldier, but it shows that these blue hairs are stronger. The Demi-Surge is stronger. All of those villains are kind of super strong. We got the 12 Guardian. And this is big because he's capturing a part of the town. So this is this town, again, that we're building. We have all of the Adamantium soldier, which is kind of cool, fighting against the 12. We got Demi-Surge again. So that's super interesting. But yeah, it's mostly fighting. And the fighting scenes actually pretty cool. They're actually pretty cool. What's next? Trying to figure out how to fight it. Of course, Momont is victorious, and he saved the day. When Jesus tells him, "Okay, well, I'm done here. Whatever you need to do, you can do it. I'm done here." And every time the warriors like, "Yo, if you need me, I'm there." So this is it. This is showing that not only do we have resources, we also have nobles. So the kingdom is growing stronger. Now in this one, there's soldiers that are in the rank, but there's also nobles. So it just goes to establish the pecking number or the pecking ranking of the whole thing. And season 3, which is the sovereign song. So it's just, again, we're starting the same way. We're starting this 12 Guardian, where they are, what is the current situation. There's reward because they want a big war. It's just like, what is the reward you want? Now we got some new one. We got a new intro, so again, this is super important. We got the troll attack, we got the Adamantite warriors that are coming in, which is super cool. We got Lord Ivangor, who takes a hot bath. This is to show him how luxurious his kingdom now is. Then there's the woman bathroom, there's the man bathroom. They have this meal, which is kind of crazy good, which is, again, important, interesting, because it's not interesting in the sense of the show. It's interesting in the sense of this is how far we can get. This is how far this will be. We have, Albedo, who, I fucked up. Okay, we're good. Albedo, who summons a bicorn, which is kind of a cool item, but she doesn't use it, so what is the point of that, you know? So then we see that the Guardian, like, I don't know how he sees me. Lord Ice sees me. Does he care about me? And again, it's more in the same of, how can I say this? It's more in the same of the Harem thing. Right? So it's just reusing the same, how can I say that? Reusing the same mechanics that we did before. But since it's been a while, see, I'm watching it, I'm binge watching it. But if I'm not binge watching it, I wouldn't remember that because it's been so long. It doesn't add to the story a lot. Mare, which is kind of weird because she's a kid and he's being super sweet with her. There's kind of an attraction, but there's also this fulfillment of, in real life I'm not a father, maybe in this one I can be a father. It's just taking care of it. We got season 3, episode 2. One of my favorite episodes. We're returning to the village that we saw, which again is the village with the goblins and the potion maker, which is super important. So we're saying how far they come along. The potion maker has a new potion, which is super cool, and the girl, she actually is respected by the goblins. So what they're thinking is, okay, well, I want more. So now, as their weapon, they have noble, which aren't lord, just nobles. They have a lot of soldier, which is good, and they have resources, but it doesn't accomplish yet. They need to make a move as the government. So Cairn is actually a pretty good village. Demi-Surge, which is kind of like the brain behind the operation, it's like, yo, you know the Livermen, they're doing so good. What is the next village we can do? And then Ivangold is like, okay, well, Cairn we already have some influence over there because they owe us. And the whole thing is like, okay, well, let's add this village. We got the perfumer. This is so sweet because again, this is us trying to establish people. So, for example, we know that the guy is in love with the girl, and this is us, and she's pretty. So all the goblins wants her, except for one. It's like, I'm gonna help you seduce her. But this is kind of cool because you're establishing that these characters have emotion, they have life, they have family. We're making potions, and now it's kind of cool because we're talking about how this is actually really cool, really, really, really cool. The first thing that we establish is, okay, well, we'll be selling this item soon, so we need some cash, but it's dangerous. Now, why the first is dangerous? Because you guys remember there was a little answer. Well, we captured the little answer, so because the answer isn't there, we disrupted the whole thing. Now they're facing trolls. They're facing trolls and different beasts. Now, technically speaking, this is good. However, in the season number 4, we revisit that, so it's interesting, but not that much. So now we have these little goblins, and these little goblins like, yo, we're getting attacked. We're getting attacked by trolls. Now, technically speaking, this is the first time where we have in battle. So, for example, as Lord Isengol, right, he owns the village of Cairn. The problem with the village of Cairn is that it's weak. If he wants to protect it, he has to protect it himself. He can't just let them. They're not automatic. They're not. What's it French? They're not. They're not accountable for themselves. You know, so he sets on this guardian, which is kind of cool. He sets on this warrior, which is kind of cool. And again, those are all characters as we see. For example, the girl with the red hair, we saw her with the potion. The guy with the long hair, we had a whole thing to save him. Enemy, we established enemy as a very good lure. Now, the problem with Envy is she's not interesting as a character. However, it is super cool because it's like, okay, well, she's one of like Lord Ainz, right? So I have to make her. Now she goes to the guild and she's like, okay, well, I need an Elementite warrior to fight somebody. And it's like, no, you're too broke for that. It costs money. However, Lord Ainz sent on this guy to hypnotize. And he's like, okay, we'll give you a huge discount. So once again, we are protecting the herbs, and we're trying to sell the herbs. However, the goblins are there. It's kind of cool. Yeah, another most interesting stuff. It's more so Envy, and I don't know his name. The guy with the long hair. It's more so the romance, which is kind of sweet, actually. Really sweet, actually. So, Le Géant de l'Est, Le Serpent de l'Ouest. So then what happened is the giant from the east and the serpent from the west, they get together. And like, okay, well, Kern has a lot of money. Kern is doing so well lately. We could take over. So Ainz is like, okay, well, the guard was in charge of Kern and the protection of Kern. She's reporting, like, okay, well, there's big trouble. So he's like, do I react? Do I not react? And then he wants to see if they're worth it. The cool thing is, we got the potion. This is a Lord Ainz potion. This is what the guy was able to come up with. So is, okay, well, I'm investing resources in you. I'm investing a guardian in you. Are you worth it? And you show that the potions are actually pretty good. And the whole thing with the potion is like, they're a lower quality, but they're still doing the job. There's still some redeeming quality to it. So then, like, for example, this is weird. For example, like, look, this is Mare, right? And he say, oh, you're perfect, and talk about Boku and Lolly, shit like that. Really weird. You got the hamster who's fighting, and the cool thing with the hamster is that he's trying. Look, I told you. It's kind of weird. You know, it's kind of weird. Get the hamster who's fighting and trying to train, and he's training with the lizard man. This is the first. This is the first mention of the lizard man since we got the last slave. Now we have the trolls, and the trolls are like, okay, well, Isengol, like, I'll take care of you. If I take care of you, I'll become your new leader. You respect strength, I'll show you strength. However, the serpent from the west is like, yo, it's not gonna work like that. He's smarter. Shoulders down. The Naga is pretty fucking smart, and that's pretty much it. So then he's able to fight them off. However, doesn't really work because they're still gonna attack Karen. That is pretty much it. See, those episodes, there's not a lot going on, but at the same time, it depends on how you view things. I find it entertaining. So now we got the whole scene. We're gonna attack, so everybody evacuating. Ernie and which is again the two leaders. Ernie was like, "Yo, this is kind of important. We're escaping. Only the warriors stay behind to the goblins, you know." And then she has a second orange. Like, should we use the horn? So we have a fight between the troll, and the trolls are of course a lot stronger, right? However, you didn't see the last word. The goblins are actually kind of sweet, gotta say. They're charming. So now we're like, okay, well, do we run away? Do we save our life? And now the potion maker is like, okay, well, I'm gonna help you. There's a really cool scene of Attack on Titan here, where they're both the same height, so they both hide. He's like, okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna save you, and they relay. But the troll smells them, so it doesn't work. The guy with the air is fighting, which is kind of cool because he used to be afraid of fighting. So it's a personal growth. Now, again, I think goals like, do I interact? When I interact, what do I do here? What is the plan here? Can I save myself, or I can't save myself? Then they succeed, and he's inviting them to the palace. And it's really cool because we're seeing that he's wearing the mask. So again, he's not Isengol, but he's the guy that helped them. So they're allies. He's like, I care about you. Which is cool because it's kind of like an important part as a leader. An invitation to death. Now this is also cool. So if you guys remember the Death Knight from the first season, they captured him. So this guy is one of the strongest spellcasters in the universe. So then it's like, okay, well, guess what? This Isengol is getting more notoriety. We have to stop him before it goes too much. So then what they're trying to do, which is actually really, really nice, is they're saying if he can summon these, I have to be able to control them. If I can control them, his army will be mine. So then what they're trying to do is, they saw that Isengol could summon undead. They summon undead for the farming. So if you play games like Ruin Factory what it is, they can do one simple task, but not that much. Understand? So that's pretty much it. We got more of Momon. Checking out how the city is doing and kind of spying. Once again, the noble. This is really cool because this is an important guy. He's a lot of power, and he's the first one to be like, okay, well, let's fight Isengol. And he's like, okay, well, maybe we can buy this Isengol. So he's like, well, let's do a meeting with Isengol and see what he wants. If we can make him a friend, it's better than if we can't make him a friend. So that's kind of the goal here. So then he has a team. They're all a team of Adamantium warriors. Like, okay, well, there's definitely a better chance of survival. So this is really cool. This is really fucking cool. So there's more fighting, there's more training. So we know that the main character for the good guy is the brown hair guys. The blonde and the blue will take his place. I guarantee it. I saw it actually. But now we have a group of adventurers. They're talking about a guild and a crypt, and if they find a crypt, they'll be able to get some money. Now, the crypt in itself is a really cool thing. So they're like, okay, well, there's going to be a bunch of adventurers. Get paid money to go in, and get paid money for the item that you find. Then the reason why they're doing that is because I think Gold wants to take the strongest adventurer and highlight it to the cause. What he does is like, okay, well, I'm going to make them to see who's greedy and who can be bought, and then we'll recruit them. So they all go to investigate the crypt. The crypt itself is Isengol Crypt. Butterfly stuck and a by the way, the whole episode is to make a certain group of people, a group of adventurers, more likable. So then when Isengol killed them, you feel like, oh my god, he is such a villain. What an asshole. When he's not an asshole, he's just a guy with a mission, right? The whole time, you see the crypts, they're surviving. It's really cool because you see them fight. And you also see Momont. So that's when he starts Momon starts having a body double. And the body double is actually kind of cool because he's like, okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna be the proof that Iron Gold and Momon are different people in case somebody asks it. Somebody asks it. And the third version of the Coliseum. Like, as long as you're fighting here, we'll keep you safe. You gotta fight our boss, which is Momont. The sad thing here is there's an actual arena in season 4. So when you talk about repeated thing, it's what it is. You have a new guardian, which we didn't see before, which is this guy, which is super weird. Again, this serves the purpose of more so, how can I put this? This serves the purpose of, this is how strong my army is becoming. We're seeing guys like Amster. The whole thing with Amster is he also trained. I'm getting mosquito bite everywhere. So it's a case of, okay, well, you train, I train too. And people that used to be weak are now strong. We have the lizard men and how they also improve. And there's a really cool thing, and it's, again, there's the adventurer, right? And owns dark elves. Like, they'll fight for me. They'll fight for me, and they just betray him. This is the part which means the dark elves will be on his side. This is the fight between Avangol and the adventurer. So this is one of the strongest adventurer there is, which is good. However, the whole thing is a fight. And yes, the fight is entertaining, but there's not a moment where you doubt his victory. There's not a moment where it's like, oh my god, you're so strong. There's this girl that escapes, and this is super sad. But it's like, I'm doing this trash for real because it's gonna make me crazy. So there's this girl, right? And it's actually a really good story. Her parents are noble, but they lost everything. It's like, okay, well, we lost everything because we have a new king. When we change king, we'll be nobles again. So then they establish power. Because they're indebted, the sister goes, and she has a good reason to steal from the crypt. Like, I need to feed my sisters. Then when you see the sister and you're winning, they make the effort of showing that, okay, well, they miss her. We have a dragon, which is actually super cool, because because it's just to show like, yo, there's alliance. It's almost like a chess game. One side moves, the other side moves. This is verbal agreement. So then we have all of these 4 guys that are gonna meet. They're gonna go and meet Isengol, right? And at first, like, okay, well, guess what? They have no chance of fighting. Isengol does a show of showing the strength, and he invited them to the castle. Like, okay, well, guess what? You see my strength, you see how strong I am. I'll kill every single one of you, and I'll kill your whole entire kingdom. All you have to do is surrender to me, and I won't kill you. But then he's like, I don't have a choice. However, you realize that one of them, which is the old man, was actually a traitor, which got them in that place to begin with. And at the same time, I think Gold does a really smart thing. He's like, yo, I don't know if you're aware, we just killed a bunch of your adventurer, and a strong one too. So now you're a lot weaker, and I'm not an inch weaker. So I have the upper hand. Season 3, episode 10. Preparing for war. Guys, I'm gonna fucking make it. It is 1 o'clock though, so I don't know. Yeah, 1 o'clock. So now this is super cool. Preparation for war is noble, and they said that, okay, well, Isengol is going to war with us. What do we do? So then it's super cool. It's, for example, this guy, he has his son, and you kind of see him being a good father. So, okay, well, I don't want him to die because he has a family, right? It's all the noble, and they're like, well, guess what? What do we do against him? And they're planning, and they're planning, and they're planning. But at the same time, all the nobles, all they want is power. This is their opportunity for war and promotions. That's kind of sad. The whole thing is just negotiating, and what is the best course of action? We have the soldiers like, okay, well, guess what? I'm going to go to war, and I want you to follow me. And if you follow me, you might find war. I need you guys. At the same time, it's gonna be sucked because the main guy is gonna die. I know this is the cool thing. The army is summoned. The army is summoned, and the good guys are summoned. So this is how the episode ends. And every single season, at the end, we see kind of like a fight. This is actually really fucking cool. Okay, so now we have the war. Now what is kind of shitty is now we see Care. So Karen is just like, okay, well, guess what? We won the war, and this is the result. So, for example, there's more romance between Ernie and long haired dude. So this is kind of cool because we care about those characters. But it sucks because there's a war, right? And there's a soldier. And the first thing that Isengard does, the first thing that he does is like, okay, well, no, not even. I'm so sorry. So during the negotiation, like, okay, well, Cairn is a battle. It's their city. We need to conquer Cairn and to show our strength. We go to show Cairn, right? And with Cairn, the problem is they have goblins, they have troll, and they're not that strong, right? They're not that strong, so they might die. And it's people that we care about. And the cool thing is, Ernie uses a second horn, which summoned an other army. Now, the even better thing is, the army that she summoned is a lot stronger and a lot bigger. So it goes to show that Ernie herself is stronger. And now we have the whole battle, the goblin win, which proves that Isengard doesn't even have to bat an eye. However, he sends a, this is kind of cool. This is really cool. It's like completely fucked up. Then, what exactly happened is, he's like, okay, well, Cairn is a village, and we can kind of, bargain with them. So then one of the son of the king, which the king uses to get out of the, he uses son to be like, I don't want you to fight in the war, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna stay here. You're gonna stay with me. So then he's like, okay, well, fuck, negotiating with Cairn, let's attack it. Now the problem is the whole army is going towards the kingdom of Isengard, and a small army is like it's going towards Ernie. He's like, okay, well, who am I protecting? If I protect them, I'm leaving myself open, and if I save myself, Cairn will fall. So that's actually pretty smart. Then this guy kind of like betrays everybody, which is kind of super cool, to be honest. Kind of super cool. So we have the whole fight. Now the whole fight, what sucks is, Isengard will just summon people. And he's like, guess what? I'm just gonna kill everybody. And he sends a summon, and he takes the strongest soldier. And he's like, yeah, if you join my cause, I won't kill anyone. All you do is join my cause. So then it's like, fuck you, I'm not gonna join your cause. And Isengard go in and fights, and then you kill the strongest hero. So killing the strongest hero sucks because we care about them. We care about those people now. So that's the whole thing. The whole fight is like he's showing that he's strong, and if somebody can stand up to him, it's him. He has a godlike weapon. He's super strong, super good technique. However, what happened is, Isengard used some time magic and was able to get to kill him. We see that the blue hair now have the sword. This is a legendary sword which the strong guy used. So we're seeing them two as the representatives. Like for example, him, he has the symbol of the old man, and they're both the same thing. And what is super cool is because it's one of the strongest. And it goes like, this is PvP. This is player versus player. The blue eyes and the blonde, like I swear revenge. Now the king is like he's sad because they lost a war, which means that the biggest war that was supposed to decide everything is Isengard that won. Now he's there to be like, yo, I'm in charge. Now Isengard, which is pretty cool, realize that he goes too hard. So he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna put a hero, which is Mormont. The hero is Mormont, which is himself. And he's like, guess what? As long as you don't harm people, I won't do it, and I'll serve you. Which is super cool. Season 4, episode number 1. We're still good. 1 o'clock. We're still good. The sorcerer kingdom of Isengard. So then you see the bigger government type, right? He signs paper. He has this new robe. He started to feel bad because look, this is weird. See, what's the point of this? The whole goal is like, yo, I miss being a player. I'm the supreme being. I don't want to be the supreme being. I want to have fun. So then he started delegating. Now the whole city is enslaved to him. what he does is like, okay, well, guess what? The guild war, I want the guild to join me. And then the guild's like, no, we can't. It's like, the guy's like, you don't really have a choice. Either you do it or I'll kill everybody. So the guild joined them. And the guild doesn't really serve a purpose. But hey, at least it's there. The Kingdom of Reasize. Now this is actually a cool episode. We have the Edenite Warrior. They're all people that we already met. There's no introduction of new characters. Season 4 is the last one on here. Now the Reasize Castle is like, okay, well, guess what? We're kind of the last castle that's standing still. Kind of the last castle that's still strong. And we're gonna fight Isengard. Now, a bunch of nobles, what they do is like, okay, well, what do? Do we join Isengard? And then the nobles are trying to look for strength. So it's like either I get the strength here, or I don't get the strength. And it's kind of important because nobles represent influence versus strength. Now this guy used the party, and this guy is a noble that he's very greedy for power. So you got a noble that helps him. The noble is her. Now her, I don't know if you remember, but she was the owner behind the prostitution ring. So it's just like, okay, well, guess what? Now we own it. So then he sends Albedo on a mission. I don't even remember the mission. Now these are the people that we saw in the church in season 2. So they're like, okay, well, guess what? He's using magic. Now the problem with these guys is they kind of know what exactly he's doing. They kind of know that, okay, well, this player is using this and this and this. So they're the most knowledgeable. We just killed the strongest soldier, which was strong. These people know what you're using. And they can kind of do like a counterattack. It's not super strong, but it's strong. This guy, which is officially the bitch of Ice and Gold, like, okay, well, I gotta do is, you gotta do his bidding. However, the Empire of Barahut, it is so freaking cool because they're like, okay, well, kind of have to do his bidding, but I want to do his bidding. What they're doing is they're doing a what's it called? A coliseum, an arena. Now this is, again, this sucks because it's all like, what you call it? It's all set up. Like, for example, they'll fight somebody that's super strong, which is a troll. But the problem with the troll, the conspiration of the Suzerain. So the Suzerains are trying to get tired of his power, and they're trying to do like a coup d'etat, which means, fuck you, Isengard, we're gonna take care of our own countries, and you're not gonna tell us what to do anymore. Isengard, of course, has no idea what's going on, and even if they put themselves together, I don't think they can kill them. However, they're still trying. Then this arena, they fight this guy. The guild is there. We fight this guy, right? Oh, this is so cool. But now it's revealed that this guy was working. Now this guy is actually super important because this guy is a mage, one of the strongest mage of the kingdom. So if we can get him on our side, we have some of the strongest magic of the kingdom. Now we have some new race. This guy is in charge of the Colosseum. So this guy is one of the strongest warrior left. He's a soldier. So he's like, okay, well, I think goes like, well, if I kill you, you join me. I'm looking for a strong warrior. And he's like, this guy is like, if I kill you, then I'm able to eat you. If I eat you, I'll get stronger. Now, what is the coolest thing is he's a troll. So the troll is some species that we already see, which is, again, it's super cool. Now, what is going on is the army is getting bigger and bigger. Where the dwarf countries, the army is getting bigger and bigger, and Isengard realized that it doesn't really have the equipment necessary for that. It's like, okay, well, who can actually craft something? Well, you think the dwarf country can actually craft something, and this will be the next step. So kind of something akin to oops, I died. Something akin to what we saw with the lizard man, what we saw with a bunch of people, is I can enslave the dwarf. And the dwarf will make me some really cool armor. Because now I have a big army, but I gotta protect this army. And because there's not really someone to oppose them, it's for example, right? Now that the kingdom has a lot of, and this is actually smart. You don't specifically tell that, but they're kind of smart. They're saying, listen, we have this whole kingdom. And this whole kingdom, there's not an enemy. But we still want to make some weapon in case somebody revolts. We meet this dwarf. This dwarf tells them the whole thing. He's a rune dwarf and he shows them the kingdom of the dwarf. Which is actually super cool because they're kind of friendly. The dwarf are possibly the only creature that doesn't really pose a problem. They submit like, okay, well, we have this problem. These are beasts, these are creatures. And the dwarf are like, yo, we don't even own our city anymore. These creatures are the one that owns this city. These people, wait a second, these. Now we have this war. And this has got to be one of the nicest fights. So she comes in, you guys remember, right? Her. And she's fighting against the whole thing. This is so fucking cool. Because, you know what's insane? She controlled him, she empathized him, and she's like, okay, well, what's your goal? We don't really have a goal. We serve the dragon, and the dragon wanted the dwarf. Yes, there's dragon. We have season 4, episode 6, Imminent Crisis. Oh yeah, this has got to be some of the nicest thing. So she gives a choice like, hey, you need to have 10,000. We'll allow 10,000 of you to surrender. You guys are too many. I cannot hold too many of you guys. So then we have this. They're running away. These are the Dead Knight. They officially declare war. And this is the coolest thing because they're showing that they're strong. So they coming from the outside. Then they cut the bridge, which is the only way out. Which is actually pretty smart because there's no other way. So then the Ainz is like, okay, well, let's meet the dwarf. And the dwarf are like, okay, well, what do you have for us if we agree to your term? Like, well, I want you guys, I know that you guys have a problem with the creature. We'll free you of them. And then it's like, okay, well, what's in it for you? They said, well, you'll work for me. I'll allow you to become part of my kingdom. Like, no. We can sell you the runes. We won't be part of your kingdom. And then he just buys them. You just buy them by giving them alcohol. And the reason for that is he shows a sword. And it has 12 runes. And then the dwarf is like, no. The maximum we can do is 6. Now we have these. This is the king of the. This is the king. So it's super important. Now we're seeing that he's like, and he's actually really smart. It's like, okay, well, this new enemy is so fucking strong. I don't know if we can face him. So what do we do? Attack the dragon. So the plan is for them to kill each other, and if they kill each other, then they kind of make it easier for that little guy to take over. So then, what is super cool here is everybody's fighting. The dragon comes in. It's like, yo, they don't know who to send. So they send the wicked of the dragon. Wicked of the dragon right away surrender. He's like, okay, well, guess what? Isengard comes in, and he's like, okay, well, who's the leader here? The dragon says, fuck you, you're not gonna take over my kingdom. I won't bow out to you. I don't have a ruler. Isengard here, this is what I don't like. He uses a single spell of breaking the heart, and then he destroys it. This is got to be the bloodiest. And then there's this war, the Killua, which are like 40,000 versus one soldier, which is the bloody Valkyrie. Look at this. Look at this. I want to show you fights. Is it a fight? Oh yeah, let's look at this. Look at this shit. This is badass. Look at this. They're starting to fight. Look at this. Look at this. How nuts is this? Honestly, golden content. And that's it. It just finishes the war. Isengard doesn't find an item, and then like, okay, well, you did really good. Celebration with the dwarf, because the dwarf officially joined the kingdom. So we have 4 episode 8. Wait. Wait. Oh, for fuck's sakes. There you go. They won't allow me to watch the episode 8. This city's title is no longer available. Shit. Oh well. This is it for us. Sorry. This is all we're getting. Anyway, love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. I don't see you.